What's a man gotta do to get that kind of attention from you?
It's hard to say exactly, but you seem to be doing fine.
Well, great. Though truth is, it ain't me that wants you.
Oh?
No, Miss Jacqueline Natla does, from Natla Technologies. You know, creator of all things bright and beautiful.
Seal it, Larson.
Ma'am.
Feast your eyes on this, Laura. How does that make your wallet rumble?
I'm sorry. I only play for sport.
Then you'll like a big park. Peru, vast mountain ranges to cover, sheer walls of ice, rocky crags, savage winds, and there's this little trinket. An age-old artifact of mystical powers buried in the unfound tomb of Qualapec. That's my interest. You could leave tomorrow. Are you busy tomorrow?
Hello, and welcome to Tomb Raider. Now beginning my annual 2023 playthroughs. So the last time I played this game was back in a few months ago. I can't remember now. It was at the start of the year, anyway, when I did my last playthrough. And in that playthrough, I wanted to redo each level if I felt like I could do it quicker. Not do a speed run, but just wanted to see if I could do each mission quicker and all that kind of stuff. And so in that playthrough I did that for a little bit, but then I decided, I don't really feel like worrying about that too much, so I just let it slide. But now commences my official annual playthroughs of Tomb Raider. So this is the original 1996 one. On Twitch, for some reason, the category, when you just choose Tomb Raider, it always sets it to the 2013 reboot. Not a remake, reboot. Some people seem to confuse the newer games as like a remake or, prequels or something like that. But this playthrough is just going to be standard, so I'm not going to worry about getting all secrets or anything like that. My memory might be like, hey, there's a secret there, go get it. But that doesn't mean I'm committing to get every single secret. Obviously, backseating rules still apply for every game that I play, so even if I am passing by a secret, I don't need people to tell me you're missing a secret, because if you tell me I'm missing a secret, I'll just feel like, fine, and just keep on going. Because my priority isn't getting all the secrets. So the games in the series that we'll be doing is Tomb Raider 1, this one, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft, Tomb Raider 4, which is Last Revelation, Tomb Raider 5, which is Chronicles, Tomb Raider 6, which is Angel of Darkness, and then, instead of doing Legend, which chronologically, which in release order is the next one, I'm actually going to be doing Anniversary and then Legend, because Anniversary is a remake of this game, and it's also a prequel to Tomb Raider Legend. And then do Underworld, and then once that's done, we'll be back again to the reboot trilogy, 2013 game Rise of the Tomb Raider and then Shadow of the Tomb Raider, to finish off the annual 2023 playthroughs. Depending on how long that takes me, it might take me up to the end of the year, like literally to the end of the year. But yeah. Hey there, Harbinger. Can't believe you have missed watching Tomb Raider 1 already. Yeah, that was at the start of the year that I did a playthrough of that. But this is my annual playthrough, which I haven't started yet. Just need to test something. Just need Harbinger, couldn't resist. You found Resident Evil Village for €12 and you're going to buy it. No DLCs included. Well, that's fair too. To get it for that price, that's good. That's a good amount. Hey there, Iosif. I hope things are going well. That's understandable, Iosif. Absolutely no trouble at all. I hope that the study goes well. Hey there, Rochi. You couldn't help but notice you began my favourite series. Good to see you again, Rod. Yeah, good to see you too, as well, Rochi. Yeah, I'm up to my annual playthroughs now, so starting back with the original. The last Tomb Raider stream I did was celebrating the 2013 game's 10th anniversary, and now that those playthroughs are over, getting back to the annual playthroughs, so we'll be going through this 1, 2, 3, Last Revelation, Chronicles, Angel of Darkness. But when we get to Angel of Darkness, I'm probably going to do something special alongside that, because that'll be a good opportunity to celebrate that game's 20th anniversary. And then I'll be doing Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, and then the Reboot Trilogy again. Yeah, Carlos. Poor guy. Rochi, yay, 20th anniversary for Angel of Darkness, just around the corner. Yeah. It's crazy to think. Plus, there's so much that's changed with video games since then as well. So when it comes to Tomb Raider Anniversary, Legend, and Underworld, the only version that I actually have is the Xbox 360 version. However, the Xbox across all games, across all generations when I stream them. There's an unfixable, unavoidable audio issue that happens now when you're streaming. So what I'm going to have to do is get those games on Steam, which I haven't yet, but there's definitely plenty of time to do so because I won't be getting to that trilogy for a little bit. But it'll be good because I wanted to get Anniversary on PC eventually anyway, because I'd love to do a playthrough one time where I basically jump from one to the other, like from this game to Anniversary level by level, and sort of like do a comparison thing. So I've wanted to do that for a while. But yeah, when I get to those games, it'll be the PC versions as well. And of course, with the Reboot Trilogy, it's all PlayStation now. Hey there, Hipsuit. That is true. You can count them all. But there's usually a good deal for Tomb Raider on Steam. Yeah. So when I get close to getting to those games, I'll have a look, and I'll keep looking, obviously, because there might be a sale that pops up next week. Hey there, Afro. You're running this at Ultra Graphics? Well, I know you're being facetious and not being serious, but I actually have the HD textures and like cutscenes, like FMV installed for this game. Yeah, there is Afro, but I just like to have it windowed and everything. Yeah, that's the thing too, Rochi, as well. Like, especially these first few games, you probably really don't have to worry about it until you get to Angel of Darkness. But even then, maybe not too. Because I mean, all you'd be doing is just putting a black bar up on the top and a black bar on the bottom. You're not missing out on any. Like, there's nothing that you're missing out on in the, like, on the screen. Classic music is so cool. But you'd love to see more of Angel of Darkness's levels at a time, though. That's for sure. Yeah. That's true. And I think what I might do as well is, when I get to that game, because I'm going to combine celebrating its 20th anniversary into the annual playthrough, I'll probably take my time a bit more with the game, like show more of the environments, all that kind of stuff, and probably look at some behind-the-scenes things, you know, because streaming that stuff for my laptop is great because I can, you know, go to YouTube videos and all that kind of stuff. So is the 2015 remake follow the same story as this 96, or are they two separate timelines? They are completely removed from one another. The 2013 game is a reboot, and as such, they changed Lara's backstory, and they introduced characters that didn't exist before, like Roth, Reyes, Alex, Jonah. None of those characters existed until the 2013 game. And the games from 1996, this one, up until Angel of Darkness, are in one solid timeline. It gets tricky, though, when you get to Anniversary, because Tomb Raider Anniversary came out in 2007, and that was a year after they did a soft reboot in 2006 called Tomb Raider Legend. And when they did Tomb Raider Anniversary, they decided to make it not only a remake of this game, but they also made it a prequel to Tomb Raider Legend. And that's its own trilogy, Anniversary, Legend, and Underworld. And then, yeah, in 2013, they did a hard reboot with Lara Croft. There's definitely a lot of like similarities with Lara in the classic games and Lara in Anniversary, Legend, and Underworld. But there's also, you know, key differences as well in the characters' parents and all that kind of stuff. Like in the classic story, Lara's parents are very much alive and well into Lara's adult life. And in fact, in Tomb Raider Chronicles, when they think that Lara's dead, her parents are actually at the manor in front of her memorial statue. But the thing about Lara in the original continuity is that her parents disowned her. They wanted her to marry this aristocrat dude, and Lara didn't want none of that shit because Lara's a free, independent thinking woman who doesn't like people dictating to her what life she needs to lead. So she was like, no, I'm not going to marry who you want me to marry. I want to live the life that I want to live. And so they disowned her as a daughter because of that. Whereas in Tomb Raider Anniversary, which is a prequel to Legend as well as a remake, has it that her mother goes quote-unquote missing when Lara was a child, and then later her father died while she was still young. But when she's an adult, both of her parents are gone. But you find out in Underworld that her mother actually died back then when she was a child. And so there's, those differences. And so the reboot games, they kept the idea of Lara's parents both dying, but under very different kind of circumstances in a way as well. And they transplanted in the reboot trilogy the fact that Lara's parents wanted her to marry this aristocrat dude, but in the reboot series they decided to make it that it was Lara's mother whose parents wanted her mother to actually marry this rich whatever he was, but Lara's mother refused and married Lara's father Richard instead. And now I've gone around in circles. Which tends to happen in a lot of games when I'm off on a spiel. Oh, that's okay, Afro. You're only 2 years past. Rochi Rod, when you do that Angel of Darkness fan run, though, I can tell you absolutely everything there is to know, lol. That's true, yeah. I mean, you would definitely have more knowledge about that game and the ins and outs than I would. That's for sure, because it's only been for the last probably since 2014 or 15, I think, that I've actively done annual playthroughs of the series. Time to save and override my other saves. Afro, you've been researching Metal Gear for the last few days, so your brain is a bit scrambled. Oh, I don't blame you, especially with that series too. And that actually reminds me, I saw the trailer that was released recently for a documentary about Hideo Kojima. That looks really cool. It looks like it's getting a theatrical release, maybe, I don't know. But I'm not a big fan of his work in the sense of played every game that he has, know the ins and outs of his life story, know the ins and outs of every game that he's ever made and all that kind of stuff. But I am a fan of his in the idea of how he likes to try to do things in a way that's not 100% the norm. Tries to think outside of the box, tries to do things that other devs and studios would be like, nah, we can't do that. He's like, why not? And wants to explore. Now, that doesn't mean, obviously, when people do that everything that they do is going to be amazing and everyone's going to like it. But at a base level, I think it is good for people who are creative to try and think outside the box and try and do things that goes against the grain, because that is how we actually got a lot of things to this day. If it wasn't for someone thinking, surely there's a better way to do this, or there's a different way to approach it, or there's a different set of, variables that we can alter to get this other result, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, with Metal Gear Solid, because there's so many games in the series and they jump around in the timeline so often and all that kind of stuff. Rich, you've been playing that game since around 2004 or so, but you're pretty sure we got it for cheap in 2003 Christmas time? Cool. Yeah, because I got that on PlayStation 2. I still have the disc of I still have the discs of all the classic Tomb Raider games. So that was the first time I played it, was 2003, and that. After as they're remaking Metal Gear Solid 3, it's your chance to get in the series, hoping other remakes will follow soon. Yeah, that's the other thing too. When there's remakes as well, gives an opportunity for people to get involved in the series. So at least until I do the annual playthroughs of Tomb Raider, it'll be Thursdays and Fridays every week that Tomb Raider streams will keep on happening. That way it'll allow me to get through the annual series before the year ends. Because I'm definitely starting it much later than I anticipated, because the issues that started happening with the Xbox meant I couldn't stream the 2013 game for a while. But that then allowed me to do Assassin's Creed streams 7 days a week to get that annual series done. But yeah, until I get the annual series finished of Tomb Raider, it'll be Thursdays and Fridays every week. And then after that, it'll go back to being just Fridays. Hello there, Ember. How's things? Afro Kojima might be a gifted genius when it comes to game design and storytelling, but man, is he terrible with names, is he? I gotcha. Yeah. I don't know, I've never really paid much attention to his naming conventions to judge whether or not I think it's, you know, bad or good or whatnot. But then again, that's something that I don't necessarily take notice of in any games, to be honest. Because my focus is always on other sort of aspects and stuff. Ember, it's good. Oh, that's good to hear. How's Minecraft going? I wouldn't know because I don't play that game. I know you're actually being facetious, but yeah. When people play Minecraft, maybe we should be saying, you know, how is Tomb Raider going? But yeah, it's this game's going well so far. We just started it, so we're still very early in the story. This is in fact just level 2. Hey there, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming that. I'll get to that shortly. After there are 5 people named Snake. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, Solidus Snake, Metal Snake, Mario Snake, Snake Snake. Oh yeah, but I definitely understood what you were referencing. Oh, you haven't? Yeah. I mean, not that I have anything against the game or anything, but it's not really my kind of thing. I really wish Twitch would fix up the categories for Tomb Raider, because the category, when you put in Tomb Raider, the only option is the reboot of Tomb Raider, which can cause confusion, because this is the thing, right? Not everyone who comes to people's channels reads the titles, number one. So then you've got the fact that not everyone reads the tags. I mean, there's probably people who don't even care about the category either, but just for the sake of people who actually do notice that stuff, it would be good if Twitch had the category correct, so that people looking for the classic Tomb Raider and are searching for it in the search bar actually see the two different categories for Tomb Raider, the original and then the reboot. And then that way, it'll be easier for them to know, hey, this is the reboot version, or hey, this is the original version. I used to put retro as the category, but then retro doesn't necessarily mean that people who are looking for Tomb Raider games are going to look for that as a category anyway. But still, it's good to have things in place that can allow certain things to happen. Wait for it.
No. No.
I love it. So when Lara's parents were like, you have to marry this person, Lara was like,
No.
alright, so I'm going to grab that scene reenactment. Be right back. Alrighty then, so I've got a scene from a movie to reenact with the Arnie impression as all the characters. Are you alright? Am I dead? No. Blast. Who are you? Really? Baron Munchausen isn't real. He's only in stories. Go away. I'm trying to die. Why? Because I'm tired of the world, and the world is evidently tired of me. But why? 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 Because it's all logic and reason now. Science, progress, laws of hydraulics, laws of social dynamics, laws of this, that, and the other. No place for three-legged cyclops in the South Seas. No place for cucumber trees and oceans of wine. No place for me. That's from the 1988 adventure movie, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, directed by Terry Gilliam, the only American member of the Monty Python comedy crew. Thanks for redeeming that redemption, Harbinger. Afro, there's the original Snake, and then he has three clone sons named Snake, Solid, Liquid, Solidus, and then he has a body double who, you guessed it, is also called Snake, Venom. You kind of feel scammed. You didn't get to play any Metal Gear Solid titles even though you had PS2. Like, you curse your little self, you missed out on so many PS2 classics. Yeah, there's just some series too where when you finally get to it, you think to yourself, this is so good, why'd I wait so long? I want to see if I can trigger that music again because I didn't realize it was going to cut out when that other music played. It makes sense that it does, but it was something that I was not expecting. Because usually I wait and listen to it. Might need to go away further and then go back in to re-trigger that. It's interesting, like when you think about these old school games, like at the time because there wasn't anything more advanced yet, it meant that your experience with what you were playing had a limited scope of how you were interpreting what you were experiencing. So for people back in 1996, this looked great. Like this, as in like this was holy shit, you know, kind of thing. But obviously now, because we've been exposed to much more advanced games and graphics, obviously when we go back and look at these old school games, there's definitely that appraisal where it's like, it's very understandable for people to be like, ooh, you know. Okay, it doesn't look like I can trigger that music again. No. I could swear you can do it in some parts. Especially later in St. Francis Folly, I think. Or is that Egypt I'm thinking of? In any case, let's go the way that we need to go. Damn it. Rusty. Not that I've ever been a master at this game or anything, but a bit rusty. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to grab, because that probably covers all of it, I think. Jumped at the wrong time. Yeah, that's not going to fly. However, Lara's spring legs allow us to reach that. In the first two Prince of Persia games, the one that originally came out in 1989 and then Prince of Persia 2, The Shadow and the Flame, the way that they worked out the distance it would take for the character to take certain steps, or how many, the distance between where the character was standing versus the edge of something versus the gap to be jumped across and all that kind of stuff, was based on tiles. And so the tiles were spaced a certain distance apart from each other, and when you had a long jump to do, they were spaced in such a way that you could either do the standard run and then jump if there were 3 tiles. If there was 2 tiles, you could do the trick where you basically run one direction, then quickly back the other, and then quickly back again, and then jump. The basics of that are in the original Tomb Raider games. It's just the games by this point were 3D, obviously, but you have a similar kind of concept where you have a certain amount of distance between each quote-unquote tile on the floor. So, for example, you know that if you're at the edge here, that if you hold the grab button and jump back, that you'll grab. You know that if you want to do a roll, that if you're on the edge like this, Lara won't roll off the edge because of how far apart the distance is between one edge of the tile and the other, and all that kind of stuff. And then, when you have something that is a certain height above Lara, if you're at the edge of this tile like I am, and you simply jump forward, Lara's going to hit like that, right? So you have to make sure that you're holding the grab button before that happens, and then Lara will not hit it like that, you know. However, there's actually some situations where if you're on the edge of a tile and there's something above Lara that you can jump to, sometimes simply jumping forward from that edge of the tile where you're standing will allow Lara to get up to the top part without having to grab, without having to hang off the side and pull herself up or anything like that. So these little basics of things, you know, if you track the evolution of certain genres of video games and all that kind of stuff, you can see the basics that keep getting reused over and over and over again. And even in games like Uncharted, not much has changed. Now, obviously, in games like Uncharted and other games that come out now in this kind of genre, you can have something that looks realistic texture-wise, and there's nothing in the texture to individualize each section in terms of like how far apart each section is. So in games that are in this genre that are, you know, made nowadays and before, you know, obviously now, but you get the games that sort of have the basics still. It's just that the way it's presented is different. So in newer games, you know, you judge the distance based on how far is your character away, and if they're right at the edge of something, you know that they're just going to fall off if you try and get a big long run up, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But the basics are still there, even in modern games, and that doesn't change. The basics can become really subtle and invisible because by the time the evolution has happened and things are much better in that way, that kind of stuff goes unnoticed because it's just part of how it works, you know. So whenever I play the old school Tomb Raider games, it always reminds me of the basics that were in even the classic Prince of Persia game, which you even see in newer games, and it ties into this whole thing that I have where I believe that if you're doing something that's part of a genre, there's going to be certain givens that are going to be in it that you are going to have and put in it. But that does not mean that you're simply copying and pasting 100% everything. It just means that there's certain elements that are going to be in there because they're part of what makes that genre a thing. And so when you have people say that the reboot Tomb Raider games are just, as in only, as in no other elements, they're just copies, it's not really correct. Because if they were, then Lara would be called Nathan. But she's not, you know. She would dress the same way as Nathan does. You know, there'd be so many things that were the same if it was just a copy and paste job. But it's not. You know, you have things that are similar, but somewhere along the line, and it's understandable because not everyone's going to remember or know every single game in the history of creation. But if you look at Uncharted, while I don't agree with this, to use it as an example, people who do see games in that way could say, well, Uncharted just copied Tomb Raider. Which isn't exactly true, because there's definitely a lot of differences between Uncharted and Tomb Raider, just as there are differences between the newer Tomb Raider games and Uncharted. Just as much as there's differences between the Assassin's Creed series and Tomb Raider and Prince of Persia and Uncharted. And the thing that makes them all similar is not the one thing that is the most important above everything else. What's important is the extra or different elements that are added on top of that to create something that isn't 100% original, but it becomes its own thing and can be separated from the other. But all of those games that I mentioned, they all use the same basics, especially when you break it into, you know, basics of movement and all that kind of stuff. And it's just something that doesn't go away. And I just realized I fucked up. This is what happens when I go and just keep talking. I sort of go into this mode where I stop paying attention to what I'm actually doing and just pay attention to what I'm saying. Ginger 9008, thank you so much for the follow. But the reason why I personally am a fan of Prince of Persia, Tomb Raider, Uncharted, and Assassin's Creed is because the things that are in those games which are the same are one of the main reasons why I like those games as well. Now that doesn't mean that you can just put any game of that genre in front of me and I'll just absolutely love it. Of course not. You know, there's going to be franchises that even if they are cut from the same cloth, it doesn't mean I'm automatically going to like it, because there can be shitty games that are like that, you know. But one of the reasons why I like games of that style is running, jumping, and climbing, and all that kind of stuff. There we go. That's what I missed doing before. And it's not just like this style of game either. You know, it's like any sort of style of game. You know, if it's a one-to-one copy and there's nothing different on top of what's the same, then yeah, I can definitely understand the argument that that thing is just a copy of the other thing. But when you actually look in detail at the aspects of something that individually make it different, that's when you start to see the bigger picture. That despite the similarities, they're not just one-to-one copies of each other. But having said all that, that doesn't mean that it means every single game of that style has to be liked, you know? It's like when someone watches something and they say, this movie is the best movie ever made. And that person might not have seen every single movie that's ever been made. But from their point of view, amongst all the movies that they've seen, that one would be the best. Whereas someone else might come along and say, how come you think that movie's the best when this movie here is very similar? Then the person might be like, well, the reason is because I don't like that character. I don't like that story. I don't like what happened in the game, you know, or sorry, what happened in the movie. You know, I don't like that actor. I don't like the music. There's so many different things that we all experience when we watch something or whatever it might be, read something. There's all these variables that are at play. And even if someone was to state their case and say, well, you said you didn't like the music, but it's been shown that 99% of people who've seen the movie like the music. It's like, well, if that's the case, then that's fair enough. But that doesn't mean that everyone has to like it. You know what I mean? So there's always going to be things about something that someone's not going to like, even if there's good arguments made by people as to why they should like it. Be like food. If someone said, "Oh man, this food is so delicious, you should eat it," and then the person eats it and they're like, "Yuck," and they're like, "Why don't you like it?" It's like, because I don't like the the taste of it, like the flavor. Oh, but it's made by someone who takes a lot of care and pride in their food. So therefore, you should change your mind about how you feel about it and just like it. It's like, of course not. You shouldn't change what you feel about something just because someone might have an argument that to some might be like, oh yeah, of course, I agree with that too. Doesn't mean that everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, I agree with that too. Or, oh shit, I better change my mind then about what I didn't like. So as much as I'm a fan of certain games, I always know that there's going to be people who, even if I give good reasoning, are still not going to change their mind, and that's fine. Because I do believe that if someone's going to change their mind about something, then it's better for them to change their mind through their own observation and analyzing of something than it is for me to just expect them to change their mind. And I think that is something that can be in the root of so many arguments that people have, is they're trying to change the person's mind, and when that person doesn't agree with them even after what they've stated, that's when they start to resort to saying things like, oh, you just don't understand it then. And it's like, the understanding of something doesn't negate whether or not you're going to like it. Like if there's a car that someone says, this car is awesome, and you're like, I don't like the color of it. It's like, yeah, but you should like the color of it because the car is actually really good. It's like, no. No, but you should. It's like, no, I like this other car because of this. Oh, well, you just don't understand this car I'm talking about then. It's like, the understanding of something doesn't dictate or determine whether or not someone is going to like or dislike it. Like, there's been things that I've changed my mind on, not because someone broke me down and made me go, okay, I'll agree with you now. It's because I decided after a while, and after looking at things and thinking about it, I was like, actually, I don't really like this as much as I used to. Or if it's something that I used to not like, I actually like this more than I used to. Things like that. Rochi, you talking about how can you not like Angel of Darkness? Yeah, and I think there's a difference between, being passionate about something and, having joy and enjoyment out of it, and just, expressing that to people and that kind of thing. There's definitely a difference with that, and then people who are like, no, you must completely agree with everything I say, otherwise you're an idiot or something, And we all have the things too that we're looking for in something as well. Whether that's a style or if it's, you know, an element of something. And that can change how we look at something else as well. Like someone who doesn't like classical music, for example, might absolutely dislike something that has it in it, even if the thing that has it in other aspects is really, really good. Because that person's not looking for something with classical music in it. Therefore, when they get that, that's an element that makes them decide whether or not they like the thing. Hey there, Hoya. Angel of Darkness is a great Tomb Raider game, and if you don't agree, you don't like you. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's the thing too, like, with this series, like, I like the classic games, and I also like the newer ones as well. So sometimes I feel like a child between two parents who are arguing with each other, and the child's just like, look, you know, I don't care about what you're arguing about. You know, I like both of the things that you're saying or doing or whatnot. Rochi, that's exactly how you are. Well, just goes to show that, you know, there's definitely differences between how you feel about something and how you express that, and then how, when people don't agree with you, how you respond and all that kind of stuff as well. Oh, it really depends on what you look for in a Tomb Raider game. That's true. And the things that you're not going to want to accept, or, you know, things that you were hoping for that don't end up being in something, you know, that's also something too. Hoy, you've been a Tomb Raider fan basically your entire life and have never completed any until the new trilogy, so your ideals are probably skewed, but you loved Angel of Darkness. And that's the thing about that game in particular is it's cool that there's such a passionate fan following of that, because as much as there's things about it that I definitely, don't like, none of that is to do with, the story or the music or Lara, like how she looks, or, the acting or anything like that, or the environments. It's all just sort of like some niggling gameplay things here and there, but it's not enough to make me dislike the game or never want to play it, and things like that. And to this day, you've never personally completed it. Oh, you mean Angel of Darkness? Yeah. It's definitely one of those games that I feel has a lot of things that, had a lot of potential and things like that. But if you use story as king, you can almost always get around clunky gameplay if you love the story, and the music and level design doesn't hurt. Absolutely. There are definitely elements too that go to make that game a good Tomb Raider game, and then there's also behind the scenes stuff that is out of control of, people that went on as well, which, makes things difficult. Because you think, what if... Damn it, I can't remember where I saved last. What if they were given even more time? But yeah, it's interesting 2003 because the Tomb Raider series, there was two major things going on. Angel of Darkness, of course, but also the second Tomb Raider movie. And the thing about that second Tomb Raider movie is I liked it enough to watch it more than once. But there's just something about it that, for me, doesn't work as well as the first movie did. And I think the first Tomb Raider movie is a much better one than the second movie. But because the second movie didn't do too well, some, and even Angelina Jolie, including herself, laid blame at the game because it was perceived that the reason the second movie didn't do as well is because the gamers who were the main demographic for the movie didn't want to watch the movie because the game was bad. Now, obviously, that kind of thing is, everyone's own opinion if they feel that way. But to be honest, I don't think the movie being not as well received as it is has anything to do with the game, because this is the thing. It's very easy to get tunnel vision and not see other aspects. And other aspects are the people who became fans of Tomb Raider not through the games because they hadn't played them, but through the movie that they saw. And because they enjoyed that movie so much, when they finally played the game, they might have felt that the movie was better, or they might have felt that the game was better. And then word of mouth, and there's so many variables though, there's so many different things that could lead to certain things, and you can't blame any lack of success of the game, Angel of Darkness, on the movie's reception, and you can't blame any lack of success of the movie Cradle of Life on Angel of Darkness, you know, because the two are so far removed from each other. Not only in terms of like one's a video game, one's a movie, but you know, there's so many things that are different about a video game versus the movie. Alright, gonna have to use a health kit. I wanted to save them, but gonna have to use them. The next time when I get to that spot, I'll save it first. Hoyer, and learning how rushed the Tomb Raider developers were between games also gave you more of an appreciation for them. Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing, right? Like, the fact that they had the higher-ups calling the shots in a way that was like, you know, very, hey, you know, we don't care if the game's not 100% ready. We need it to come out now. Oh yeah, for sure. Personally, don't think there's much connection between the games and the movies, but you can appreciate both for what they are, but that's probably mostly from your deep appreciation of all things Tomb Raider. Yeah! Yeah, and the thing about the movies is that they've been separate from the games. You know, there's nothing in the story of the games that you have to know to enjoy the movie, and vice versa as well. If you come at it from someone who might not have played the games before and they decided to try them based on liking the movie. So there's definitely things in the games that people you know, can enjoy as well what people can enjoy in the movies. And I've always got to be very thorough here because I can very easily just bypass one of these cogs without actually realizing it. Well, you also think that's a great thing. It's kind of like the Uncharted movie. You don't need to know the games to understand the movie. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of thing can definitely be helpful with things like that. And it's like with the Resident Evil stuff as well, another franchise. Like, you know, you don't need to have played the games to understand the movies. However, with the movies, they have done a bad job at adapting the games, you know, and all that kind of stuff. there's definitely been fans of the movies that never played the games, and that's definitely fair too. And everyone has a different angle or a different way into something. See, this is why it can be easy for me to bypass this, because the part where I was before has a similar kind of entrance to it. Oh yeah, sometimes you feel like a fake Tomb Raider fan because you've never completed any of these OG Tomb Raider games yourself, but you've watched them a million times. That's the thing too, as well, that I feel gets to a point of ridiculousness with some quote-unquote gatekeepers of a franchise, where it's like, oh, only a true fan of this would do A, B, C, D all the way to Z. And if you don't do A, B, C all the way to Z, then you're not really a true fan. Like, I really dislike that kind of attitude to have towards people, because someone who just loves the Tomb Raider movies, if they said, yeah, I'm a fan of Tomb Raider, and I said, and I asked them, what games have you played? Oh, I didn't play the games, but I watched the movies. I wouldn't be like, oh, you suck then, you're not a true fan. I'd be like, oh, cool, so what do you think of the movies? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't feel that people should feel like they're not a fan of something, you know, if they haven't, you know, played every single game, or even played every single game all the way through as well. So yeah, Hoy, it's just one of those things where you'll definitely get people who will be like, oh, well, you're not a true fan then, but there's definitely people that will be like, you know, that's no worries, because, you know, you're still enjoying the franchise, you're still liking things in it, you know. I think it's very easy for people to come up with a like a mindset where it's like, nah, only true fans would do this. You know, it's like, I'm a fan of Star Wars, right? But I don't go to conventions and dress up like characters. Not that I have anything against people who do. I'm just saying that that's not the type of fan that I am. So me saying I'm a Star Wars fan but not doing that, if someone believes that someone who doesn't do that isn't a true fan, then, you know, I guess I'm not a true fan in their eyes, you know, but it's like, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, it's all about, you know, what you get out of the thing that you enjoy. And if there's an aspect of it that doesn't interest you, then that's definitely fine. You know, it doesn't make you any less of a fan of the thing than someone who actually does as well. Something that I was talking about earlier, but I have an actual example now, and I've thought about what I was saying. I was saying before how if you know the spacing between Lara and what you want to jump to or run to or whatnot, then there's certain things that you will be able to do with that knowledge. So another thing is, like, I've got Lara directly in front of this wall here. I know that pressing back puts Lara back far enough that this particular block, instead of running up to it and then vaulting up, from this distance I know that if I jump, Lara will just make the jump and jump up onto it as well. So that's an example I was talking about but didn't have something to actually show while I was talking about it. But yeah, little things like that. But the reason Lara didn't make it that time is because when I dropped off this, I didn't grab as I fell. So the distance from the wall below and where Lara lands was not the same distance. And so from that spot, if I go back one and jump, Lara's gonna still make it. But there's just like little tiny increments of things that can change sometimes too. Hoy, you grew up playing Tomb Raider, but you never had the ability to complete them due to family issues. You remember playing Angel of Darkness with your mom and getting stuck on Brother Obscura. It wasn't until watching Twitch over a decade later how to defeat him. Oh yeah, you know, there's so many different things can be going on external and not even related to the game as well that can sort of affect certain things. And then there's also things that you might learn that help shape your view of something as well that you might not have known at the time, but you know now, and all that kind of stuff. But that's cool though that you're able to figure out what to do, because there's definitely a lot of games in this series where You know, the game's not holding your hands. You know, it's not. There's no mini map. There's no HUD telling you, you know, go this way, go that way. Alright, just so I can double check and make sure. Yep, I've got 3 of the machine cogs. Now, the other thing that happens with me when I'm playing this game and Anniversary is sometimes I forget the differences in terms of like where certain things are located. So when I get to Anniversary, there might be some spots that I try to go to get an item where the item doesn't exist in that version. So that happens sometimes too. When I go back and play this game, sometimes my mind will jump to where things are located in the Anniversary remake of this game, and that's not where they are in the original. But yeah, we've got the 3 cogs that we need. Yeah, Hoya, yeah, Rochi has been in quite a lot of Tomb Raider streams, and their passion for Angel of Darkness and that is good, because it's another example of how a game like that, which, you know, can be very divisive, still has people who are very invested in it as well. And it's cool when people extend that investment to, you know, doing cosplays, and even if they're doing like fan art or, you know, fan games or whatnot. Because that's another aspect that I really like about franchises is, you know, there's some really cool fan-made stuff. Oh, do you, Rochi? Cool. You're going to look to make some camouflage shorts. Hopefully, once you've made them, you'll still be able to see them. I thought I'd throw that in there. It is interesting though when you think about the different outfits in the Tomb Raider series that Lara wears as well. Gives you so many opportunities for cosplay ideas and stuff like that too. Oh, you think it's cool people can appreciate Angel of Darkness for what it is and what they were trying to do, even if it is a conventionally bad game. Yeah, that's it, you know, and with a lot of games that I play, if there's more things in it that I like versus dislike, then I'm more prone to still play that game in future and do replays and stuff like that. And that game's definitely one of them as well. Oh yeah, the only bad thing in this game is the controls, and that will not break a game for you. Yeah, in the game is the control. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing too. Like, there's certain things that you get used to it, but you still feel like it's not at the level at which it should have been. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. How's things? Shoot, you missed an hour. You never seen this game from the start. Happy to catch it now. Yeah, we're still very early in the story. In fact, I think this is just the third level out of the first few, but not much has really happened story-wise. But I'm looking to get. I think I'm looking to get up to Egypt today. If I can get in this stream the first, I think it's 8 levels done, then that'd be good. But I'm doing 2 days a week of Tomb Raider anyway, so. Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed has bad controls for the majority of the series, but people still seem to love that game, but not you. Oh yeah, that's totally fair as well. Yeah, there's definitely some frustrating aspects about the controls in the Assassin's Creed series for sure. You know, little niggling things here and there as well that can add up to big stuff. Shaky, you're doing good. You're just thinking about this game because your local store has a Lara Croft-shaped PS1 memory card. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going good, Shaky. And that's cool that you saw that. Yeah, that's something that I don't have much of, is like memorabilia or stuff with Tomb Raider. I'm not Hoya, no. Haven't really seen much of it either, but I think I've heard of it though. Oh, I see now, Hoya. No, definitely don't then. She's a person on Twitch. You were going to say she has tons of Tomb Raider merch and memorabilia. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there'd be so much of that too as well. And I imagine there'd also be so much stuff that is rare, and you know, if one was to sell it, would probably make a fair bit of money. There we go. Good thing I went back and backtracked and got the shotgun, because I forgot that I got that on a previous sort of like section before then reloading the save to before I got it. Hey there, Assassin. It's going good, thank you. How are you? You did, Harbinger. Yeah, we've already done that. Roach, they did an Angel of Darkness limited statuette last year, but it was like $500. Holy shit. That is a fair price. Assassin graphics are absolutely dog water, not gonna lie. Yeah. 1996 graphics. That's good, Assassin. That's good that you're going well. There's a €100 sovereign statue from Mass Effect. If you had a job, you would have considered buying it. So €100. So did that was that one that was made like around the time of it? Hoya, she's been collecting for decades. Most of her streams, she shows you some collectibles. You think it's so cool. Sorry, that could come across as a promo. Oh no, Hoya, no. I would have considered it a promo if this was your first time in chat and your first comment was, hey, go check out this streamer right now. They're live. They've got all this cool memorabilia for Tomb Raider, or here's their links. Goodbye. That would be a promo, but I definitely don't mind people bringing up if there's a person that, you know, has certain memorabilia or anything like that. That's a good idea as well to share that as streams. Because I know, people have done YouTube videos and stuff where they show their collections and things, but it's cool that people also do that in real time for people to see on platforms like Twitch and stuff. It's a miniature, around 20 to 25 centimeters of a bigger version that is sold out, is it? Ah, I gotcha. Sold out, and I wonder if they're going to be reproducing that anytime soon. Boy, you think video game collectibles are so cool, and if you could afford them, you would definitely buy them. That's true, And then it becomes a thing of, need to create some space to keep it. But there's just so many different things out there that's cool, whether it's like even a like a shirt or a hat or anything like that. It's good that there's so many other ways to sort of like support or show your appreciation for a franchise. Oh, you never played Mass Effect, but you've watched them a few times. You'd like Mass Effect collectibles. Yeah, I actually played my first Mass Effect game ever this year, earlier this year. Hadn't played even the original release, so I played the Mass Effect Legendary Edition and really, really liked it. So I'm definitely going to be doing, at the very least, 2 and 3. Don't know about Andromeda though. That's a future kind of decision thing, but definitely want to play the other two as well. And I would like to get to Mass Effect 2 this year also. Just that there's been so many games that I've needed to get through before this year ends that are both anniversary playthroughs, but are also annual playthroughs as well. But I definitely would like to get to Mass Effect 2 sometime this year. Hoya, a person you mod for, recently played through all of the Mass Effect games, and another one of their mods is super into you. So you got a lot of backstory. Sorry, is super into Mass Effect. So you got a lot of backstory and whatnot. Not particularly your type of game, but you can appreciate it. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the thing too. Like, I feel that there's definitely things you can appreciate about a franchise, even if you don't have much knowledge of it. Like someone who hasn't seen a game before and know anything about it might be like, oh, this game looks really cool. I like the music in this. They don't have to have heard all the music to be able to decide whether or not that piece of music's one that they like.
have my total attention now. I'm not quite sure if I've got yours, though. Hello?
I'll heel and hide you to a barn door yet.
Of course.
You and that driveling piece of the Scion. You want to keep it so bad, I'll harness it right up your...
Wait. We're talking about the artifact here?
Damn straight we are, right up.
Hold on. I'm sorry. This piece, you say. Where's the rest?
Miss Natla put Pierre DuPont on that trail.
And where is that?
Ha! You ain't fast enough for him.
So you think all this talking is just holding me up?
I don't know where his little jackrabbit frog legs are running him to. You'll have to ask Miss Natla.
Thank you. I will.
I love that moment. Love that kick to coat hangering him basically with her foot by doing that kick. Oh yeah, you're not big into shooter games yourself, which Mass Effect is. More shooter game than Tomb Raider kinda, but you're into story games. Yeah. And then you got like all the planets and stuff. It's cool that they have information about them that you can read. And while not all planets can be landed on, it is cool that they've still got, you know, something that can create a bit of lore around things.
Relocated now to St. Francis's Folly, new temptations torment me. Rumour amongst
My fellow brothers is that entombed beneath our monastery is the body of Teokan, one of the 3 legendary rulers of the lost continent Atlantis, and that with him lies his piece of the Atlantean Scion, a pendant divided and shared between the 3 rulers, which curbs tremendous powers. Powers beyond the Creator himself. My toes sweat at such possibilities, lying so close to my mortal self. Each night, I beat myself rid of these fantasies, but it is indeed a test.
Pierre, you litterbug.
Yeah, Pierre. Littering G's. Why'd you do it for, Pierre? What did you think to gain? Hoya, you're trying to figure out where you followed me from. Says you followed from February 2022. Yeah, it might have been like a Tomb Raider. Like maybe there was a raid that someone had done. Because in the past I've had raids from people who have been streaming Tomb Raider when they've found the channel and done a raid and stuff. Oh yeah, maybe from Ash or Lee, you would guess? Yeah. Yeah, it's also been a while since I played. Well, it hasn't been since February last year, but in terms of like playing any of these classic games, it would have been earlier this year, like January, I think, where I actually played this particular Tomb Raider game last as well. After all that. Oh yeah, Hoya. There's there's definitely some very like tricky jumps that have sort of like tricky techniques you need to use and all that kind of stuff. And this first Tomb Raider game, of course, Lara can't do a roll in midair to change which direction she's facing. There we go. now, just in case. Let's save it. Oh yeah, so you're kind of confused and you're assuming they were using some kind of mod, but they were practicing Tomb Raider 1. I always forget what that is. Like, medikit and all that. But Lara had a ponytail. Yeah, yes, so that would be a mod to give Lara her actual ponytail in gameplay for Tomb Raider 1. I mean, it's in the cutscene, like the FMV sequences and stuff, but yeah, someone did a mod to restore that. No loads, no meds, all secrets, only pistols. Ah, that's what it is, yeah. Yeah, I've never done one of those runs myself with this game, so I don't know how I would go with one of that, but I should make time to do at least one of that for one of these playthroughs sometime, because the way things have planned out this year, there's been a lot of time that I could have spent at the end of the year doing things like that, which now is in question because there were some issues that I was having with my Xbox, which were affecting the playthroughs I was doing of Tomb Raider 2013 to celebrate its 10th anniversary, and I had to wait till I got the PlayStation version and stream it from that and all this kind of stuff. So this annual series would have been happening probably at the start of last month, if not for all of these issues that I was having. But at some point, though, I would like to do one of those kinds of playthroughs. Maybe not exactly that, but do something, you know, like only pistols or something like that. Hoya, at that point though, why mod it so she has a pony instead of a bun though, lol? Yeah. I mean, I guess they wanted to make it truer to what the original vision was, because I think they had to do something. I think they had to do what they did due to constraints at the time, or something like that. Either that, or I think they just didn't want to have to worry about animating the ponytail for this first game. Hoya, alright, it's 4 a.m. You must try and sleep now, but it was good chatting with you and I hope to talk to you soon. Thank you so much for being here, Hoya. Great to see you in chat, and I hope you have a great rest as well. And definitely understandable too, being 4 a.m. I know what that's like. That's usually around when I go to sleep. But thanks for being here, and I hope you have a really good one. what I tend to like to do is get all the doors unlocked first, and then go all the way back up to the top, and then work my way down. Hey there, Rosie. This is the first one, yeah, from 1996. The one that began it all. Same year the first Resident Evil came out. Hey there, Anakin. Is anything the first one? What is the meaning of numbers and order? Exactly. What about letters? Yeah, that's true. Letters are for Jacob Fry. I like how Mr. Israeli is like, "Good day, Mr. Fry," when he's just trying to see if she can tell him information about who Lord Cardigan is. Anakin, Jacob steals Lord Cardigan's cardigan. Lord Cardigan. Hoya Jacob Frey is the name of your mare. Is it really? Oh, holy shit. Yeah, it's funny when that happens, when you get, like, someone's literal first and last name together, being also a fictional character's name too. No, Rosie, I'm playing this on my laptop. So I'll be playing all the old school Tomb Raider games on my laptop. I still need to buy, because I don't have it yet, I still need to buy Anniversary Legend and Underworld on Steam, so I can have those as part of this annual playthrough, instead of what I normally would do, which is stream them from the Xbox. But yeah, all the Tomb Raider games that I'll be doing for my annual series up until Tomb Raider 2013 Rise and Shadow will be all on my laptop. Anakin, does he have his own group to protect the city? Maybe you could call them the Rocks. The Rocks. You're not starting a gang named the Rocks. Rosie, has it been a year already since you last did this? I think... Yeah, I think last year I did my annual series run earlier than June. I think it was May. So, but not that I even worry about that in terms of like my annual playthroughs. I always give myself from the start of one year to the end of it to get my annual playthroughs done. So there might be some games that I didn't stream literally, 12 months ago for my annual series run, but yeah, I like to do it that way. Makes it easier to organize what other games I want to stream during the year too, if I know that I've got from January to December each year to do my annual runs. Oh, I should say, Rosie, as well, that this isn't the first time this year that I've played this game. Earlier in the year, in January, I wanted to do a playthrough to try and see if I could get through each level in a decent amount of time to satisfy my own desire to kind of be more efficient with how I played through these old school games. But as far as my annual playthroughs go, though, I haven't done my annual playthrough of this since probably May last year. Rosie, I recall you playing the Sexy Librarian Lara game. Not sure which one that was. That is a good question. I don't actually know. Oh, hang on. No, it wouldn't have been Chronicles. Yeah, not too sure, Rosie, which one that might be. Oh, yes, him. The grabby, and yeah, that was Angel of Darkness. Yeah, Curtis. Yeah, that game's actually celebrating its 20th anniversary this year, so when I get to that game in my annual series, I'm going to do something extra for it to celebrate that. Yeah, I'm not sure, Rochi, actually, yeah. Because I was trying to think what outfits Lara wears in Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. For those who haven't played this game before, when you actually, when Lara locks onto an enemy and starts shooting at them, as long as you're holding down the shoot button, even when they move out of where Lara can actually aim at them, she'll automatically aim at them once they come into view again. Whoops, accidentally pressed 2 buttons on my controller at the same time, which brings up a shortcut. When I'm playing these old school Tomb Raider games, I'm using the Joy to Key program to trick the game into thinking that I'm actually using a keyboard when I'm actually just using a controller. It is, Rosie, yeah, tank controls. For the first 6 games in the series, they did tank controls. The main ones, that is. They also did some handheld games, but a couple of those were like 2D side-scrolling games. There was also one which was like a top-down perspective, isometric kind of Tomb Raider as well. Pierre is such an annoying damn enemy in this game. For those who don't know, in this game there's a character named Pierre. He's the dude that's been shooting at us. When he appears, it doesn't matter what weapon you use, it doesn't matter how many shots you put into him, he will not die. You just need to keep shooting him until he gives up, basically, and disappears. Hello, Xerath. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. in the original Prince of Persia game, when you came across spikes on the ground, if you went through it carefully, you could actually just go straight through without taking damage. And it's a similar concept here with this Tomb Raider game, where as long as Lara is walking slowly, she can walk through this without taking damage. That's another kind of like element from that franchise which made its way into this one as well. And although the actual setting and everything of Prince of Persia was inspired by the 1001 Tales story, Jordan Mechner, who created Prince of Persia, actually was inspired also by Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first Indiana Jones movie. There's a scene in that movie where Indiana Jones is with another character, and, spoiler alert, the character betrays him, but before the betrayal, he says to Indiana Jones, because they're on opposite sides of a chasm, he says to him, "If you throw me the idol, I'll throw your whip to you." And so Indy trusts him and throws him the idol, but of course he drops the whip and then runs off with the idol. And Indiana Jones has to jump across the gap and get to the door before it closes on him. And he does a run and jump, but he doesn't quite make it, but he grabs this kind of like vine root thing hanging out of the ground. And he's holding on to that and struggling to get back up. And meanwhile, the door is still closing on him. And he finally manages to pull himself up and get through the door before it closes on him, and also grab his hat before it gets blocked off from him. That particular scene is one of the things that inspired Jordan Mechner, who created Prince of Persia. And in fact, in that game, there's a lot of scenarios where there's a door closing on you and you have to get to it quick enough and jump across all these gaps and get to it before it closes on you. And so there's very much a basics of design and structure to games like this that were inspired by that. How many bears? No idea, Assassin, actually, to be honest. Not many, maybe 2 in this game so far, I think. Something too in these games, for those who don't know, when I pressed that, or lowered that, sorry, when it cuts to a different spot of the level and shows you what's opening, you can still actually move Lara during those moments. So people who are speedrunners, I imagine, take advantage of that a lot. Being able to move Lara while that camera's off showing you somewhere else. Yeah, so Lara has a big forehead. Yeah. It's interesting when you think about the scale of things in these old school games. At the time, they were still trying to get their heads around, the difference in scale of stuff. So sometimes you see like a key that looks a certain size, but when Lara actually has it in her hand, actually, does she even have it in her hand in this one? But in any case, you look at the locks on the door that you need the key, and the key is like, really, really small in comparison to the big, giant, keyhole. Hey, Pierre. about you go somewhere else, Pierre? Be a litter bug somewhere else. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Alright, so I wanted to wait till that music was finished. So just for those who have never played this game, or the remake slash prequel to Legend, Tomb Raider Anniversary, this is what happens if Lara stands on this hand. Becomes a gold statue. There's bricks or stones that we have to collect and turn them into gold, and so that's how you do it. But that's what happens if Lara herself gets on top of the hand. In Tomb Raider Anniversary, the same thing happens. You can also unlock the Lara Gold character model in that game as well. Held down the camera button instead of the slow walk button. Hey there, Absolution. Welcome. How's things going? Yeah, not King Kong. It definitely isn't. Too small. Someone should mod those to be Donkey Kong. That'd be funny. Just playing some old school Tomb Raider. Started my annual series playthrough today. So we've got 12 games. There's more games in the series than that, but they're all the main entries. Excluding spin-offs or small games or like handheld games and stuff. No, Underworld's actually a mainline entry. That one caps off the Crystal Dynamics trilogy, or the Legend trilogy. I wonder if I've got... No, I don't think I do. I should actually create a command to have the full list of what Tomb Raider games I'll be doing. But I'll be doing this one, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft. They stopped giving them numbers after that one, and so 4 essentially is The Last Revelation, 5 is Chronicles, 6 is 6 is Angel of Darkness, and then instead of jumping into Legend, which actually came out next, I'll be doing Anniversary first, because Anniversary is not only a remake of this game, but it's also a prequel to Legend, but they made it a year after Legend came out. So I'll be playing Anniversary, then Legend, then Underworld, and then the reboot trilogy, 2013, Rise, and then Shadow. remember one time I, for some reason, completely forgot to grab this, and I forgot about it, and ended up having to try and figure out where I went wrong. Because I'd made a save after this point in that playthrough after not having picked that up. Yeah, Rochi, I'm still aiming to get to Egypt. Because we've also got like the cistern and all that kind of stuff, and generally that takes me a while to work my way through. So I definitely want to keep streaming though until I get to that point, but I'm just not sure how long that will take. Hello there, Ronnie. Welcome on into you, dude. This game looks interesting. Is this your first playthrough? No, this one is my... I can't remember how many times. The first Tomb Raider game I played was in 1999, and Tomb Raider 4, The Last Revelation, was the latest game in the series back then. And based on that, I went back and bought the first 3, and then played them from 1 back to Last Revelation. Just want to show again, for those who might have missed it earlier, what happens when Lara stands on that. Richie, you love that theme? You think it's called Far From Home or Longing for Home? Yeah, it is a great piece of music. I don't think there's any Tomb Raider game that I don't like the music in, actually, when I think about it. Definitely a lot of great tracks. That's a great way to put it, Ronnie. Since last century. But yeah, I haven't always played these games once every year since I first played them, but since about 2015, that's when I started to play these games annually. At least once a year. So I definitely play these games sometimes more than once per year. Maybe, Ronnie. Maybe. It's one of those things. I've never really been someone to keep record of every game that I've played and how many times since the first playthrough. Hey, Micah. Micah Bell. Micah has a really big family tree. Ronnie, you don't really do that either. Yeah. And then there's some games that, I've played so often that I couldn't even remember what my 5th playthrough was, let alone what my, 2nd, 3rd, or 10th, or 20th, or 15th, whatever the case may be. You have been getting the itch to start Red Dead 2 again? Nice. I can't remember. You did some of the Stranger missions last playthrough, didn't you? As well. You should go for the collecting all like dream catches or something as well. Ronnie, that sounds like a good thing. You should get a bunch of the collectible hats as well. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the dream catchers, like, they're not like they're like sort of, like getting the feathers in AC2. Like, there's so many things to look out for and ground to cover to find it. But the good thing is when you go into Eagle Eye mode, where everything slows down a little bit and you can see animal tracks and stuff. If you go into that mode and you look around the game environment, anything like the dream catchers will actually pop up as like a yellowish green shimmering kind of thing. So at least they give you some kind of visual indication of where they are. But if you don't use the eagle eye around it, then you got to pretty much spot them without it. Ronnie, it's just before 4 a.m. here. You think you're going to try to get a little more sleep? Definitely understandable for sure, dude, being that early in the morning. But thanks for stopping in, though. I hope you have a great sleep. Or have more great sleep. Hope the sleep you have had is good. And that if it has been good, that you get more of it. Or if it hasn't been good, that you actually get some good sleep. That's right, Ronnie, yeah. Yeah, in your time zone it's Thursday, just like it is here. Doesn't happen very often. There's a screech in this level that sounds like the Predators. You love that shadow. Yeah, just a spot. Thank you so much, Ronnie, for leaving that lurk. Really do appreciate it, dude. Fine game, whatever. I'll lose that health then. Hello there, Ryu. How's it going, dude? Excellent, dude. That's great. Glad to hear that you're going well. Hope you had a really good sleep as well. That's something I forgot to do. There was something I wanted to do for these Tomb Raider annual playthroughs. It's not related to the actual games themselves, as in I need to backtrack and do anything. But there was something that I wanted to have set up while I'm doing my annual Tomb Raider streams. So what I might do is initiate it now. I may as well, even though we're this far into the stream. But when it comes to my Tomb Raider, I need to actually set it up first. Like I need to... Actually, yeah, it might take a bit longer than that. Anyway, I won't be finishing this game in one stream, and we've already seen Lara be turned gold a couple of times in the stream. But in tomorrow's stream of this, I'm going to have the channel point reward of... This is a bit of a mean one. To make Lara die on purpose. In this game and the old school games, there's not really that much difference necessarily in the death animations, but I thought it'd be something to have as a channel point redeem for the whole annual series run of Tomb Raider. To celebrate the 2013 game's 10th anniversary, I did 3 back-to-back, well, not entirely back-to-back, but I did 3 playthroughs. The third one focused on getting as many deaths as possible in that game. And that's when I decided that, it'd be cool to have, just as a funny thing, a channel point reward to just kill Lara on purpose that people can redeem. Now, obviously, I wouldn't make it so that it has like a 1-minute cooldown, so it interferes too much with the gameplay, but have it like, every, 30 minutes available to people to redeem for that to happen. But I'll set that up after this stream's finished, ahead of tomorrow's stream of this, because I'll be doing... I think it'll take me another full stream to get through the rest of the game. My goal in this stream is to get up to the Egypt levels, and then that way tomorrow I can finish off the rest of the game. And who knows, depending on the timing, I might even start Tomb Raider 2 to see how it goes. Reggie, your favorite part of playing? Whoops. Oh, the 8. That's okay. But yeah, you mean like Making Lara die on purpose. Actually, in that playthrough I was talking about, where I did it as a focus, I actually ended up having Lara die 156 times through various ways and stuff. But your favorite part of playing Angel of Darkness was killing her and watching her ragdoll body bounce. Oh yeah, the ragdoll is funny. I mean, I still find ragdoll physics funny in any game. But yeah, it can be funny, like in Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, I like to see Sub-Zero fall from a great height because it's so funny because of the yell he does every time. Something along those lines, I think it is. Yeah, Ryu. It's so funny. There's a lot of dying in that game, that's for sure. The last time I played it, I had to activate the 1000 lives cheat so I could get through the whole game. Yeah, the director would be like, nice scream, Sub-Zero, but it needs more. That's right. Now I remember. Alright. Reload this save. Grab that. And then go back the other way first. Because there's nothing really there to grab. I mean, yeah, there's a medipack I could have kept and all that kind of stuff, but there'll be many more opportunities to get those. Need to go back to that area anyway. Because we're going to go back this way and I've got to lower the water level again. Harbinger, yeah, Resident Evil Village was priced at €12 this morning. Now it's 16. You should have bought it earlier. Really? Jeez. It didn't take long for them to change it. Left Larson, sucking wind then, eh? If that is the phrase. Well, your little vacation riot's over now. Time to give back what you've hijacked of me. Thanks for redeeming that from this game. Thank you for that, Harbinger. Hello, Shin. How's things? You just finished Wolfenstein: The Old Blood. Nice. First playthrough or? First playthrough. So how was it? Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. It's going good. We're about almost halfway, I guess, in a way. Stream's been going well. I've had a few deaths, but not on purpose. Well, actually, a couple on purpose just to show off what happens if Lara steps on top of a hand statue that turns things to gold. That you need to put blocks on in order to progress, turn them into gold, make them from lead to gold. But yeah, the playthrough is going well so far. I'll probably finish this tomorrow, I'd say. Chin, you love the gun that made everyone explode. Oh, absolutely. That kind of gun is definitely fun in games. Blow them to smithereens. Listen, you're going to say we already did all the Lara deaths playthrough. That's so true. Yeah, I was saying not long ago that I forgot that for my annual playthroughs of all the games, I was going to set up a channel point where if you redeem it, I kill Lara on purpose. And I thought of it while doing that playthrough, but then forgot about it until probably about 10 or 15 minutes ago. So I'll set that up and have that ready for tomorrow's stream and then for the rest of the annual playthroughs. Shin, you found out that someone remade Wolfenstein 3D with upgraded graphics. So is it in Ultra 20,000K super high definition? That is cool, in seriousness, when people do that to really old games. Not that Uber. So it's not Uber Wolfenstein 3D yet. It's so funny to think that they made so many first-person shooters after that. After that game. Harbingers, the Resident Evil Rose DLC worth it. The price is almost the same as the base game. Well, Lucinda's actually played that. I've only seen it being played, so I haven't played that myself. So I don't really know if it's worth the price. From what I did see, though, there does seem to be some very frustrating moments. The games where you don't have to wait till a prompt appears on the screen to know, or for the game to know that you want to pick something up. Just simply have the character be as close as possible and then press the button that you know does the picking up, and then the character picks it up. Amazing. Harbinger, Lucinda is following you. You came back home, opened yours and Crooked streams, and now she is here. Well, Lucinda is all-seeing and all-knowing, after all, Harbinger. Lucinda, you personally think it's a one and done, but you're obviously not the best person to ask, although it's not just the DLC. You believe it adds the third-person mode to the game and also adds new playable characters in the Mercenaries mode. Ah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about those and that they could be tied to that too. There you go, Harbinger, yeah. You do, Shin. You got a large fur ball on your lap. The fur ball is like, this is my lap. Lucinda, am I? Maybe. Maybe everyone is, but not everyone knows it. What? Listen, you jump around in about 4 streams almost every morning. Rod, Crooked, In-Game Asylum, and Pirate Software. Hard to be everywhere all at once, yeah. Having all these tabs open. That ragdoll, yeah. Yeah, that's so funny. It's going to be funny when I have the channel point reward set up so that people can redeem it, and then Lara will die. And see all the ragdolling and everything. I think I better save now. Haven't saved in this level yet.
you
Now, it's funny the logic here, I think, from memory, so I'm going to save it. So, you would think, because Lara, when she stands and jumps on the spot, her arms go above the line where the bottom of the door visually meets that edge in front of me. So you would naturally assume that if you jumped forward and held the grab button that she would grab onto it. Nope. Because obviously they want you to jump to the part that's a bit further down. So that's the case in the old school games of just because the character's arms can reach the point doesn't mean that the character will actually grab. And then we get this glitch which has happened before on me as well, where Lara will not move further than that. Because what the game wants you to do is get the door open first, of course. One of those points in the game where a developer is like, let's see how many players get stuck wondering where to go and what to do, and think they have to backtrack all the way back the way that they came, and see how long it takes them to figure out that there's actually another pathway they need to go to then open up the door first, and then climb up. No worries, Lucinda. I'll see you when you get back. Because of course that's where I last saved. Hello, Lizzie. How's things? Was you had to deal with Twitch or your phone acting up and not showing you messages earlier? Oh, really? Oh, I hate when that stuff happens. So frustrating. That's good you're able to get it sorted. Oh, really, Lizzie? Yeah, that'd be a tough situation to have to be in. Hopefully the time goes quickly and that everything goes okay. So is there anything that you can grab to eat, Lizzie? Was the only thing you know to cook is ramen, sadly, so you plan on saving that for the last minute. I gotcha, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could also, you know, if there's anything that you can get, which is like, you know, even if it's just something like, I don't know if you like cheese or something like that, like packets of sliced cheese or something like that, or, you know, like buns or something like that. Shin Games Radar website needs to proofread their articles before they post them. They list a game titled Outriders, then use an image from the Mad Max video game. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's funny when things like that happen. Like, I could understand like a word in something that's being written, but something that's visual like that, it's a bit of a big eyesore kind of thing. Yeah, Lizzie, hopefully so. You know, hopefully there's something that you can get at least. Like, even if it's not like a meal, at least if there's something that you can munch on.
A little late for the prize giving, no? Still, it is the taking part which counts.
Here lies Tehokan, one of the two just rulers of Atlantis, who even after the curse of the continent had tried to keep rule here in these barren other lands. He died without child, and his knowledge has no heritage. Look over us kindly, Tehokan.
Alright, so Lara hasn't seen in full a flashback to what happened centuries ago, but she got a glimpse of what had happened in Atlantis, and now she's actually in Egypt here. This is actually where I'm going to end the stream. Let's see, just put it on that screen. So the next stream of this will be tomorrow, and I'll keep playing until I finish, and then depending on how long that takes, might be able to jump into Tomb Raider 2. What I'll do also is set up that channel point reward that'll be active starting in tomorrow's stream, and will be active during all the Tomb Raider streams doing the annual series this year, which will be to redeem a Lara death. So I'll sort that out and get that sorted before next stream. But that's the next stream you'll see from me, will be Tomb Raider 1 again. Hey, Super Meatheads. Yeah, it's good. You know, especially too if you need something quick as well that only takes like a few minutes or so to actually deal with. So I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing through Hitman 2016. I think he was going to be finishing that game today. So I hope everyone has a good one. Just going to give some shout outs before I actually start the raid. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, Dr. Ronnie, and Shin the Ninja Penguin. Lucinda is playing through on Mondays and Tuesdays the Assassin's Creed series, is currently on Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. She's going to be starting her first ever playthrough of A Plague Tale Requiem. Is a big fan of stealth games, especially the Dishonored series, as well as horror franchises like Resident Evil. Every year does a Resident Evil marathon as part of her channel. So highly recommend Lucinda. Same with Dr. Ronnie. He's playing Watch Dogs 1, the very first game, his first playthrough. He's also a fan of games like Red Dead Redemption, as well as any game where you can actually steal the hats of your dead enemies and wear them. He's another great streamer with a great channel. And I highly recommend checking out Shin as well. He's playing Borderlands 3 Ultimate Edition. He's also a fan of JRPGs as well as MMORPGs also. So yeah, definitely recommend checking out those streamers. Hey there, Lucinda, welcome back. Yeah, I finally got to Egypt. I was going to end the stream when we got to the Egypt part of the story. But thanks so much for popping back in. Silly responsibilities, yeah. That's it. They're like, oi, deal with us. Super Meatheads, you've had the stream on for a while, but have only just got the chance to sit down and watch. Anyway, hope you had a good stream and have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for having the stream going and lurking, Super Meatheads. I really do appreciate that. I did. Yeah, it was a good stream, made some good progress. So I'm very happy with that. So I think I should be able to finish this tomorrow and start Tomb Raider 2, which will be good, because it'll be good to get a bit of a head start on 2 as well. That has more levels, I think, from memory than this game does. But yeah, that'll be in tomorrow's stream and stuff. Lucinda, that's absolutely no trouble at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you one. Going to post some raid message that people can feel free to use. And also here's a variation with some free follower emotes. So definitely feel free to post either of those or one of your own as well. And yeah, we'll get back to Tomb Raider tomorrow to continue Lara's adventures. Maybe I should actually save the game too. Did I save it? I don't think I did. Better do that before we go. City of Kamoon, I think. Yeah, there we go. Thanks everyone for watching, and catch you next time.